Let's get Trovo organized. Okay, that's done. Let's check one more thing. Tycho's going crazy. Well, we're live on both YouTubes. I'm back. So I'm streaming on two YouTubes, Trovo, Twitch. I didn't think it was going to work, but it is. What's up, big dog? All right, so remember what I was talking about last night? Did you see the new models? I saw it briefly when I jumped on here at about 10, and I was like, no way. But look at this now. So even though it's going to come up through here and it's slightly to the right from the forecast from last night over here, look what the models are saying now, both the Euro and the American. Just that little nudge to the east. Remember I said it might go south? They have to watch down by Cape Coral? Well, look what happened. Yesterday it was just slightly north of Tampa. Now it's by Sarasota. And the horrible thing is, one model has it going right up the Gulf Coast, like I said could happen last night. Now this model is not good. That's taking the eye to the right, back over the Atlantic. Look where the eye is. Now it's making a northerly turn. That's a glitch. That's impossible. That's a glitch. But it's going back over the Atlantic. That would not be good. Now let's look at what the American model's saying. Let's back it up. So the American also is saying, and this thing is going to be a slow mover. It's going to sit for hours. It's going to own, they're saying on the Weather Channel that's only going to move 5 to 6 miles per hour. So this is not good. Look at it. Both models, Euro American, have it going towards Sarasota. And that is a major hurricane. The only thing with this one, this model takes it up the coast. And it's a slow mover. It's going up the coast. I said that last night too. So both of these scenarios are bad. Whether it goes towards Sarasota and goes up the coast, or goes to Sarasota and crosses over Florida and back into the Atlantic and who knows where. So it's not good either way. I know they started evacuating in Zone A in Tampa, Well, they better start evacuating down further south. Definitely. They need to start getting people out of anywhere from Naples north. Remember last night I said Cape Coral? If that was a little bit more to the east, watch out for Cape Coral. Look at that. Now the winds are going directly. The onshore flow, storm surge. This thing is going to move slow. And it's also going to put a lot of rain. Now,
put this on top of my head.
what?
Why want to put this on top
What
of
is that?
the meatballs?
See if the meatballs fit in there.
I don't think so. I gotta see.
Just
Can,
anyway, let me just do this for her right now. It's unbelievable.
no, you're not my husband. You don't have to tell me what to do.
No, it won't fit in here.
No?
No. Absolutely not.
You're my son.
Timing is always. Anyway, so
Move, Tycho. Move.
this is.
Come on.
It's not good.
Yeah, eh?
So they need to start definitely. I don't know if they have. I'm sure they are. They need to evacuate everyone pretty much up and down here. Because they don't know yet. Both models are saying Sarasota as the bullseye. And those are major hurricanes. That's not, and I was looking at the imagery. Now the next update's coming out any minute. Last was Cat 2 at 100 mile per hour sustained. And it was moving northwest, I think at 12 or 13. So let's see what the next update is. But so let's see. At 8 o'clock, it was 100 mile per hour wind. That's a Cat 2. Oh, it was 13 miles per hour. Northwest. Let's see what the next one shows. It's going to be updated any minute. If I go to windy, and let's back this up. Let's see if I can find it here. So it looks like in this cone, here's the middle spot. You could see the middle. This thing could still potentially, look how much of the cone now is over the Atlantic. It shifted even more to the right. That means if this storm goes over Florida like one model showing, it can end up back in the Atlantic and hit South Carolina. And here's another crazy thing that's setting up on this map. I need to close my door because my mother's talking. Do you see this high pressure way up north? This high pressure is going to sink a little, and a high pressure is clockwise. See it here? What this is going to do is that when this storm comes inland, remember a low is counterclockwise. You're going to have the wind from the high coming in, and you're going to have the wind from the low coming in at the same place. So they're both going to come together, and that's going to make a small gradient, which means high winds. And if that sits off Carolinas, they're going to get pummeled with storm surge. Because,
Bill,
excuse me, yes.
can I take Henry to work?
He's already at work.
Oh my God.
So now you have the high pressure circulation coming in, and you have the low pressure circulation coming in, which causes a gradient, a smaller gradient, which means higher wind. So the two systems is going to create a lot of wind coming in offshore onto the Carolinas. Just because it may not be a hurricane doesn't mean they're not going to have strong winds coming onshore because of the interaction between the high and the low. So there's still a lot of things that can happen here, depending where that ends up. So this is still nasty. This could be nasty for a lot of people. It's not just Florida. This can go into Georgia and into Carolinas and create a lot of headache, even though you don't have maybe an eye coming in because of the interaction between the high and a low, where those winds are coming in together. And if that's sitting offshore a little bit, that's not good. That's going to be a problem for Carolinas and Georgia. So that's just to give a little background on that, because you could see how it's setting up on the map. Now this is the American. Let's put the storm ahead a few days because it's putting it here. Let's go to Friday. Okay, now they have it there. Just remember where the high. Look at the winds coming onshore. Then you've got the low winds coming onshore. This is what I'm talking about. It's coming onshore from two different systems, a high and a low. And let's put it more in motion. Let's see where it sets up. Now you have a direct onshore flow. So it's going to, just because you may not be, remember, this is the hurricane as far as the GFS here, which here now it's probably a Cat 1 or a tropical storm. It doesn't matter. First of all, it's going to have a lot of rain associated. Number two, like I said, you're going to have the high pressure. Depending where it sits up, see the high is out here now. And you had that onshore flow. But if you back it up a little more, look at that. Look at those winds coming into the Carolinas. The combination of the high and the combination of the low, both bringing the winds in together at the same time onshore. So anywhere in the Carolinas is at risk for storm surge, even if it's not a hurricane, because of the two systems interacting with each other. If this makes sense to anyone. That's something to keep an eye out for. Now let's go back to the euro. Now the euro is having a glitch. It had it crossing over. We'll get some precipitation. We'll get some rain out of this. That's about it. So let's look at the. Yeah, I'm going. Oh, so the pressure's down to the millibars is down to 962. I'm gonna refresh. I need to look. Damn, the lower that pressure, the stronger the system. If that shit bottoms out, forget about it. Okay. It went up by 5 miles per hour. Yep. It's still moving north-northwest at 11 knots. So it gained 5 miles per hour in the winds. Everything else, and the pressure, I don't know what the pressure was earlier. I think it was 972. Now it's 962, the millibars. That's not a good sign. When it goes down, that means the system is getting stronger. You don't want to get too low either. Let's go now to look at the satellite. Yeah, it just came out on NOAA. I just seen it. Thank you, big dog. It's a Cat 2. We know that. Let me get this thing off the graph. I don't like it. It annoys me. It looks like the center circulation's right here. Let's see. It's hard to see it without a well-defined eye. See, it looks like it's moving more northward. It was still going to the north. You could northwest. It's obvious. Okay, we're starting to see a little opening here. Starting to see the forming of the actual eye in there. Little hint. Little hint. It's not there yet. It's coming. I would say in about 2 hours you'll see the eye, because it's starting to form right in there. A little hint right there, little hint. But you can still see it is moving northwest. It's sliding this way, but that's still off slightly. It was going through here. Looks like it's gonna go more through here, and that is a big thing. I was saying that last night. That's why I said what I said, and now there you kind of agree with what I was saying last night. Oh, definitely will gain more strength as it crosses over Cuba. Once the eye gets back over open water, forget it. But the bottom line is, like I said yesterday, everybody up and down the Gulf Coast should be watching this and monitoring, because this thing could ride literally up the coast. It could literally ride right up the coast with one model. This thing theoretically can ride right up. I don't know if it was the Euro. The Euro has it here. This is a glitch. It'll probably fix itself. See, the Euro has it crossing over Florida. And we don't like that direction. Which way is it heading? Back to the Atlantic. And if that thing continues on that trend and then heads north, you got to watch in the Carolina, South Carolina, North Carolina, Georgia. Because that's what that model's trending to do. And it is in the cone. Because that cone is another thing. Look how that cone opens up and turns this way. You see how abnormal that looks? Because there's more guidance that it might make that turn. They had to bring it more this way. So if it does what the Euro thinks it's going to do and cross over Florida, look what that can take it right into the Carolinas. Or even Georgia. And that's toward the middle. That's a lot. And the storm it's not leaning going this way. It doesn't look like that's going to happen. It looks like it's either going to go straight up or it's going to make the turn. That's the two things that I'm seeing. So this is not good. Because let's forget about the Euro. Look what the American is doing. It's crazy. So this is where they're thinking it's... Now remember, this whole area is still getting that onshore flow as this thing is approaching. You got water being pushed right into these bays. And it's going to be a slow mover. They're predicting 5-6 miles per hour. This thing's going to sit over areas for a while. So let's go up a little bit. So it's right off of Sarasota. Now it's getting closer. It's almost making landfall. It's interacting. This water is going to be bad coming in. But look, it goes north. And north. It's near Tampa. From Sarasota to Tampa now. Now it went back offshore. Look at the winds coming in to these areas. This is zone A. Or is it down here? I'm not sure. I don't remember. It is by Tampa, yeah. This is a zone A area. This is flood prone. This is evacuation zone here. They got to get the people out of there. And then this thing is it's going to weaken as it moves north. But you still have a storm going up the coast of Florida with the eye staying over the water. And look at the energy coming in onshore. And it's still, it almost goes up to the panhandle. Look at that. So really, if this model's correct, which is American, you've got a hurricane that's going to start at Sarasota. Really, it's going to be affected way more south than that. It's going to affect this whole coastline. Typhoon Nora just hit 140 miles sustained, was heading straight toward Vietnam. That's the one we were talking about yesterday or the day before. The one heading toward Vietnam. That's bad. Matter of fact, let's go look at that. Let's back out. Holy shit. There's actually two systems there, but I think this is the one we saw that's going to head out to sea. Wow. Let's look at the movement of this. Oh, it's heading right toward Vietnam. Right to Vietnam. The one, I think this is curving out from Japan. Japan had a close call with this one. But it's moving out to sea. Into the Pacific. Upper. And gone. They missed one on this one. So it gets kind of close. But that one that's going to hit Vietnam, boy, oh boy. But, you know, I'm looking at this right here. And I'm going to stay and watch this. Because I want to see the satellite as it's moving and seeing which way exactly and seeing how it's strengthening. It is definitely, you can see it's getting its act together. And it's a pretty big storm already. See, they were predicting it was going to be more northwesterly and then start heading north-northwest. It started a little earlier. That's what I said last night. I got to watch it. Because this is just going to bring it closer. The way it was lining up when it goes north. And it may not look like much. But it makes a big difference as it's heading north. Because the way it lines up with the coast of Florida. So this is a really dangerous storm. We don't know. Anything could happen. But by what I see, this could be potentially catastrophic flood damage, erosion in those vulnerable areas near Tampa, Sarasota, the Barrier Islands. This could be... Do you know what they said? I saw something on the Weather Channel as I was watching it earlier. I forgot what outlet said that. Do you know that this Tampa Bay estimated damage from a hurricane that is like Ian, could cost 175 billion in damages. Do you realize in the United States it is considered to be the most vulnerable erosion spot? 9th in the world. This is what they said on the Weather Channel. It is the 9th in the world, number 1 in the United States. Now, don't quote me on it. I saw that on the Weather Channel. Somebody said it. I mean, we can look it up, but that's what I heard. What is the most vulnerable location United States for hurricane. Let's just put that. Now we're not looking at, I should have put erosion. Did I put erosion? Erosion. Yeah, but it's got to be for a hurricane. I should just look at it a different way. Tampa. Worst hurricane storm surge. I just want to see if this one might say it. The Tampa Bay area is extremely sensitive to storm surge. Yep, that's true. But I heard it was today that they said Tampa was the number one. Oh my God. Yeah. Anyway, that's what they said. So regardless, it's bad. Oh my God, look who's back. Um, yeah, I just hope these people heed the warnings and evacuate if they're in a vulnerable area. This whole stretch from Sarasota up toward Palm Harbor. Really, even more possibly. But this whole area, and I said it last night, this whole area right here is where we need to watch. Right in here. They still have tomorrow to get the hell out. I think they're predicting Thursday morning now. But they still have time to get out. But the weather conditions are going to get bad once these outer bands start to come in. And you could even see ahead of it, you could see the thunderstorms developing, affecting the Keys, southern Florida. And it's starting to look like it's going, like I said, it's going to cross more east than what they said last night. Matter of fact, I want to see that.
Yeah.
What is it?
I don't know. Tycho's under the bed, ¿verdad?
Uh-huh.
But he's showing up something.
I don't know.
But I don't know if it's his nails.
No, he's probably got that stick, the treat I gave him. He does that. He chews on that all the time. See, so that he's fine.
If something happens to him, I already told you.
Okay, you did.
Okay?
All right. So remember last night? It was Playa Bailen. I couldn't say it. It was in here. This is where it was yesterday. Just this much to the right that I said could happen. is changing everything. Just that little. It looks little, but it's, hundreds of miles. At least 100. And that's a big difference. So, let's see where the American has it. American has it now pretty much in the same place. So it shifted east. And I said that last night. I'm going to watch tonight to see if this happens. And that's why the hurricane is going to have a different forecast when it hits the Gulf. And I'm not kidding. I'm going to be watching this for a few hours because I am really curious. And it's coming in the next few hours. But it's moving only at 13 miles per hour. A little better formation of the eye coming in the latest loop. Right there, right there. There it is. There's your eye. There's your eye forming right now. And I'm going to keep an eye on that eye because I want to see where it's going. Right there. There it is. It is now visible. It's still developing, but there's your eye. Now, for the rest of the night, I want to see where this eye is going. Is it going this way? Or is it going to go more to the east up here? Which is most likely. Remember last night it was coming through here. It shifted to here. And like I said, it doesn't look like much, but it's big. What's up, Chantal? Put on what? Pressure. The pressure is going to go down as it intensifies. As it intensifies to a possible Cat 4, those millibars are going to drop. How far it drops, that tells you the strength of the hurricane. Now, I think it was 962, big dog. If that gets to 940s, wow. Think of what was Katrina's lowest pressure. And let's see. Lowest millibar for Katrina. It went down to freaking 902. Holy. I think that's when it was temporary at 5. Ranking 4th lowest for the record for all Atlantic. Holy shit. So we don't want to see those millibars drop. The pressure. It's at 962 now, but it's a Cat 2. Let's see what it looks like when it's a Cat 4. So the pressure is one thing to watch as it drops for strengthening. That's what you use the millibars for. It shows strengthening or weakening. That's what I use it for. I don't really necessarily need to look at the pressure in any other way, just knowing the storm is either getting stronger or weaker. That's how I use it. But wow. Oh, 900, 902. That is freaking crazy low. So, like I said, everything else to me right now, we know the warnings. We know that what people need to do. Get out of Dodge. Get out of any prone areas that are dangerous for flooding, erosion, surge, whatever it is. Get out now if you can, if you're willing to. I know it's easier said than done because where do I go? Some people don't have nowhere to go. I have a lot of family in Florida. A lot. From Miami up to Orlando, Tampa. My cousin lives in Tampa. And I haven't called him, but he's there. I'm going to call him tomorrow, though. So I have a lot of family in Florida. You got to think it's New Yorkers that, like a lot of New Yorkers, went down to Florida decades ago to live. Wow. Wilma hit 882. Holy shit. Wow. So is that's the lowest on record, Wilma? That's low. That's insane. That's insane. That's below 900. That's insane. Like I said, tonight, for me, it's all about that eye. And I don't care if I stay here till 2 o'clock in the freaking morning for the next update. I'll make some coffee. I don't have to, well, I don't want to talk about what's happening, but that Dave lives down there. Who? Dave, oh my God, what's his last name? I haven't talked to him in years. It starts with an S, doesn't it? Dave, it's at the tip of my tongue. I can't think of his name right now. But anyway, it doesn't, anybody who's down there in these dangerous zone A, zone AB, these areas that are dangerous. I want to see what, let's tune into the Weather Channel. Let's see what the hell they're saying, because the new updates are up. See, I don't want to get in trouble, so I'm not putting on no live feeds of the Weather Channel, all that, because for something like that, you're going down. It's that simple. Now, I wonder how old this video is. Doesn't look...
Hurricane Ian is now a Category 2 storm. It has begun its expected explosive intensification and will be a continued danger to Grand Cayman and western Cuba before moving north and posing a threat to Florida. Here's a look at the latest alerts in place. Hurricane warnings and storm surge warnings include Tampa Bay. Ian is expected to rapidly intensify, becoming a major hurricane by later tonight or early Tuesday, and keep strengthening. Ian is expected to reach Category 4 equivalent. The weakening you'll see before landfall won't stop storm surge, and because of where Florida is positioned as Ian moves by, there could be tornado spin-ups on Tuesday and possibly overnight going into Wednesday. Again, the storm is expected to weaken before that landfall, but it's going to get wider, spreading out. And that'll be happening at the same time the forward speed is forecast to slow down, which means those in Ian's path are going to have a long period of impacts, including heavy rain.
Yep.
The first bands of Hurricane Ian are already reaching the Florida Keys as the sunshine.
Yep. It's going to slow down. That's bad. Now, I think that's an old clip. That's an old clip because I personally think that they have to bring those storm surge numbers up to Sarasota. If in real time I'm looking at it. It's not just the Tampa. They got to bring it down. It looks like Sarasota's going to get hit hard, too. And this thing's going to ride up. If that one American model is true, it rides the coast. If it's the Euro takes it across the Florida and ends up in the Atlantic. Again. Both bad scenarios. One takes it almost over Central Florida, Orlando. The eye. But it's going to weaken a lot. You could see the eye is definitely getting together now. Windy's pretty good with this. There it is. We'll know more in about a half hour. I agree. It's going to be more than a foot of rain. If it's moving slow, I would say that too. A foot or more. Easy. If it's a slow mover, that rain's just going to sit over the same area. The bands, forget about it. But again, looking at the models one more time. I'm going to put it in motion. See, it's got it going east of last night. It was over here. And this is where it's going to get its act together, right here. Because it's slowing down. And it has time. See how it's wobbling? North, west, northwest, northeast. It's a wobble on this model. Right there, the eye is getting really strong in here. When you see those whites. And look at the onshore flow. Look at that. Sarasota, crossing into central Florida. It's heading right toward, look how slow it's moving. Look how slow it's moving. Yeah, it's going to lose a lot of its wind on that side. But it's going to be a lot of rain. It's almost over Orlando. And it's about to re-enter the Atlantic. Unless it, even if it goes straight north, it's still going to end up back in the Atlantic. Unless it curves in. This thing is on this side now. But the Euro, that's right. That's right. The onshore flow is going to prevent any of that flooding water from going back and draining back out into the Gulf. It's not going to happen. It's going to push it up. The water has nowhere to go. All that rainwater has nowhere to go because it usually drains out into the Gulf. But you got that storm surge coming in. So where does all that rain go? Where's all that water go? It can't go out. It's being pushed back, which is going to probably cause more flooding inland. Yeah, no, exactly. But this is the Euro model. This is what the Euro is showing now. This changed. But the American has it going up the coast of Florida. Let's put this in motion. So this is the American. Now, by 1 a.m., this should update. Now watch this. It goes up the coast. Still impacting Sarasota, but riding up the coast slowly. Ever so slowly. It's barely fucking moving. Look at it. And it's going by the hour. So the lapse is per hour. Look at this. It's barely moving. hours are passing by. And that constant storm surge, it's barely moving at 5-6 miles per hour. And now it's starting to pick up a little bit. And it's weakened. I mean, it's completely weakened by the time it heads up to near the Panhandle. But here's the thing that I was saying earlier. It's not over for a lot of people over here. First of all, it's going to be a hell of a rainmaker. But I'm worried about storm surge in the Carolinas. Why? Look what's up here. There is a high pressure up here. And the winds are clockwise. It's going to bring the winds in. But so is the low. It's going to bring the winds in counterclockwise. So there's going to be some high winds in here. Onshore. The hell is that? Now that's the American. Let's see what the Euro shows. Euro shows more of a mess. Now this is wrong because the Euro had the eye over here, so this is probably a glitch. But I'm really worried about the Carolinas too, because of these two systems interacting. Where is the high? It looks like it's right there. There's the high pressure. Look at the winds coming onshore in the Carolinas. Now it depends where this ends up. If this is higher with the interaction with the high, you're going to have winds coming in from both sides. Depends on the position of the hurricane and the high. Don't know yet. But you got to take that into consideration too. Here's the high here. Let me back up a little. See there. Now you've got the high bringing in the winds. Look at the high bringing in the winds. And look at the low bringing in the winds here. Can you... There's going to be some erosion here too. There's going to be surge over here too. South Carolina and Georgia. Because the high is clockwise spinning in and the low is counterclockwise spinning in. So they're both combining the winds together, kind of joining forces with the winds coming in at the same time. So they may have an issue if that track is correct. So there's a lot of players here. Yeah, nobody. I agree with you, Big Dog. It's just one of the models. But the American is really a bad situation. From Sarasota up north to Tampa and probably more than that. This is really bad. Because it's moving so freaking slow and it's staying offshore. The eye is staying offshore pretty much. It's hugging the coastline, which is bringing those winds around the eye wall right into those areas with the wind coming in with the storm surge. The highest winds is going to be wrapped near the eye. And that water's coming in. And look at it. It's barely moving. Oh, it's nasty. That's why these people need to get the hell out. In Zone A, Zone AB, anywhere where it's considered... They've been evacuating. They definitely have to be evacuating Zone A. I don't know about Zone AB. But Zone A has to be... It's probably voluntary. It's not mandatory, but... Boy, if I would get out. I'm telling you, I would get the hell out. That's just too scary. And the eye is forming right now. You can actually start to see it on the satellite imagery. Right there. Finally, we're seeing the eye. And there it is. It's wobbling. It's, it's forming. But do you see what's happening? Did you see that northerly jog? Let's put the mouse over where the eye is. Where it starts to loop. Even there. Look, it's moving north. Okay, let's bring it down. Okay, let's put it right there. It's moving more north. The mouse is showing it. It jogged a little north-northwest, but it's moving more northerly. This is why I need to watch this all night. Where it cuts across Cuba is key to where this ends up near Florida. And as I was saying, I'll say it one more time. Last night, what did we see? It was predicted to go, because I remember this name, I couldn't say, Playa Bailan, and then I said Israel Rubio Isabel. It was projected to go through here. I remember San Martin was on the right. It was projected to go through here. It's not going through there now. It's probably going to go somewhere here. And that shifted the whole cone to the east. But I don't even think it's going to go here. It's going to go right here. But still, they predicted here. Now it's going to be about there. And that just brings it closer to Florida. And you can see the clouds forming ahead of it. They're moving north. Because the system itself is moving more northerly. So, like I said, this is what... That's true, big dog. Good point. You want to get out now while you can, while the highways are still decent to get out. Yes, it's going to turn into a Cat 4 and then weaken as it approaches land. Because that's what they're predicting. Derek. But I'm really curious, because you can see the eye now. I'm really curious to see whether this crosses over Cuba. I really want to see where it crosses over. Because that's going to determine a lot on how the cones... So, think about the cones right now, what they're showing. Look at the cones. Now, that cone, what we're talking about right now, it takes it more to the right side of the cone, which takes it here. But it's probably going to be more toward Sarasota. I don't think Cape Coral is going to be it. I think it's going to be, like they're saying now, Sarasota. And points north. Or possibly points east. Two models are showing two different things. It's probably going to stay going up north. I don't see it going over Florida and back into the Atlantic. I do not see that. I see it going straight up the coast, which is worse. At a slow speed, it's worse. But you can see just based on this, where does it cross over? Where is that place? And there it is, Los Palacios, or whatever it's called. It looks like it's taking the more easterly track. Let's see where it ends up. Because here's Los Palacios, whatever it is. Now, like I said, it doesn't look like it's going to go quite there. It looks like it's going to be more here. Herradura. Right in here, I think is where it's going to cross. But it sure as hell ain't over here. Like they thought last night. Now it's here. So we'll see. That's what I'm waiting for tonight. That's the only thing I want to see is where it crosses over Cuba. So I'm sticking around until this lapses. It's moving at 13. So it's going to be a few hours. I don't like that it's not filling in that last loop. Okay, I gotta find the eye. Start the loop. Here's the center, right there. It's definitely going north-northwest. But that was more of a northerly jog right there. But it's moving. It's... Like I said, I'm going to watch this all night. What's your live stream channel? Oh, you mean Trovo? I'll put it in chat. I'm on Twitch too. All the time. I'm going to find the Twitch link. I'm on Twitch now. What's up, Chantal? You guys would know. All I know is there has to be evacuations happening from Sarasota up to Tampa and all points in between. Any dangerous area that's known for surge dangers has to be evacuating now. Get out now. I know there's a zone A, definitely needs to go. Zone A, B, definitely needs to go. And I don't know about the rest of the zones. I know about zone A, zone A, B. Need to go now. But like I said, my focus are his Twitch. There's not much to see here tonight. Because I'm literally going to wait this out. I literally am going to wait as this approaches. Can you imagine this? I wonder what's here. These probably not populated in any way. Yeah, there's nothing on those. I wouldn't want to be on those anyway. At all. Hell no. Not with this monster on the way. It's still cat 2. But it's strengthening. You see how the eye is trying to form, but it's moving more northerly. Look at it. It was moving north-northwest. See how it's moving north-northwest there? But look at it now. There's the center of the eye. Now where is the eye going? North. Now it's going to jog a little bit to the west. So you got to consider that. It's going to jog a little bit to the west. But that's heading more north. I just put the Twitch link. Derek. I just put it. It's Bill NY Skywatcher on Twitch. Bill NY Skywatcher, all lowercase. So Bill NY Skywatcher on Twitch. Now, Kimberly, I don't know. Is Northport? I would have to look. I'm not familiar with that terrain, that location. What's the biggest city near Northport? I mean, I can look it up. Let's see what you're talking about. Where is that? Where is Northport? I need more information. It's not coming up. Okay, right here. Oh, God, yeah. Now that's inland. I would be worried more about this area here. Any of these barrier islands up to Sarasota. But really, my concern is Sarasota up toward Tampa. That's what I'm seeing as the worst area. Sarasota up to Tampa. Clearwater, possibly even points north. This whole stretch needs to watch. But really, it's here. Right here, these barrier islands points north. All of this. All of this. All of it. Definite here. Not so sure about point south yet. But I would not. I would be on alert if you're in that area. Because you don't know exactly where the eye is going to make the landfall. But I would be on alert. But right now, if I had to guess, it's Sarasota to Tampa. Clearwater. Definite. All this. This has to be evacuated. If you're on these islands, you need to get out. That's what I would say. Get out now. Get out now. That water is going to push right in. It's going to push right in. And it's going to slam these barriers. I'm going to do it one more time. So here's Wednesday morning. This is the Euro. Let's not look at the Euro. I don't think the Euro is going to happen. Euro showing it crossing over Florida, Central Florida. I don't think that's happening. I think I'm going with the American on this one. So watch this. Now each lapse is 1 hour. Each frame is 1 hour. Look at this. It's scary. It's downright scary. Look at this movement on the American GFS model. Look at the movement on this. Look how it slows down. You got it, Derek. Look at this. Now look at Northport. You're near the eye. On this one, you're right near the eye. Northport is definitely got to be on alert. You're right, and you're near the right quadrant. Not quite, but you're in that right side. It's usually, somebody said right quadrant. It's actually the upper right corner. The northeast corner is the strongest quadrant, but the whole right side. But it's that northeast quadrant. But look how slow it's moving. Now it's near Tampa. This is a 24-hour loop. We started on Wednesday morning. It's going into Friday. The thing has barely moved in 2 days. Exactly what I'm saying, Derek. Exactly. They could see over a day because it's moving so damn slow. Yes. Wow, Kimberly, that's not good news. Yeah, it's slowing down. I think they're saying 5 to 6 miles per hour. All right, let's start the loop one more time when it goes by Northport. All right, so it's coming in Wednesday night on this model. Okay, right there you got the effects of the eye. So that's Wednesday at 9 p.m. Wednesday 9 p.m. by Northport, right near Sarasota. Oh my God. That's 12 hours so far. Still right near the eye, Sarasota. It's insane. Can you imagine being near the eye of a hurricane for 12 fucking hours? All right, here comes the 24. It's still near the eye. There it is, 24. 24, and it barely moved to Tampa. From Sarasota to Tampa in 24 hours. That is bad. That's a crawl. Like Derek said. Yeah, that's Florida. That's what makes it even scarier, is the speed. How it slows down like that. Because like he said, they could potentially see 24 hours or more of hurricane conditions. It's so true because it's not moving and the eye is right there. So that, and plus, I don't know who said it earlier. It's the rain has nowhere to go because it usually drains out into the Gulf. Now you got all this water pushing inland with a foot or more potentially of rain. Where does the rainwater go? It's being pushed in. And the winds are keeping it in. And if it sits for 24 hours or more with these heavy rain bands and these winds, I'm telling you, this is not good. I would get the hell out now. And that's another great point Derek makes. How many structures can withstand that kind of duration of a storm over like a 12 to 24 hour period? Constant barrage of wind. But think of it this way, of a storm surge, when it's high tide, that's another thing to look at. When is high tide when this storm is approaching? It's going to hit those cycles if it's moving so slow. You're going to have high tide twice. At least twice. Holy shit. I'll tell you this right now. It's not so much the wind. It depends on the location. It's the water levels. I'd be worried more about the water than the wind. Even though Derek is right about the wind. Structurally. But I'm thinking about that water along the barriers and in these bays. I'm worried about this water coming in for this long, coming in from the Gulf. And the rain. I'm really concerned about that. I agree, Big Dog. I agree 100% what he just said in chat. This storm is nothing to play with. Tell all your friends and family to get out now while the highways are still in good shape. Absolutely. And I just hope people ain't stupid enough to get out of their houses. They're going to have to go to upper floors if they have them. If you're in a like a ranch style home where you don't have a second floor, get the freak out for sure if you're in those areas of storm surge. If you're in a mobile home, get out now. Get out now. There's no way. You do not stay in a mobile home. Get out now, immediately. Between the wind and the rain and the surge, get out now. Don't. And then you got to remember, there's always the chance of isolated tornadoes in the bands. On top of it all. If you live in a one level, like a ranch style home, and you're near these areas, you need to get out. Because the water may rise, and they're not coming to rescue you until this storm. And you got to remember that too. If this storm is a day or two, they're not coming to rescue you until this storm moves completely away, where they can come in and it's safe for them to come in and get you. So it may be there a few days before they come and get to your area. You have to think of that too. They're not going to put themselves at risk because you decided to stay. They're not. They're going to wait until it's safe for them to get out there and help people and assess the damage and clean up and do what they need to do. Restore power, whatever it is. And that's another thing. Generators. I think it's like 18%. People pass away from the use of generators indoors. It's floods, drowning, vehicular, meaning they're trapped in their vehicle and die, and generators. Tornadoes make up 3% of fatalities. 80% is water related or generators. 80%. It's near 80%. Oh my God. That's an excellent point, Derek. I wish you guys could the communication, because we have some sharp people in chats, because I see 3 of them. I don't see Twitch. I see the two YouTubes and Trovo. But yeah, this is bad. This is not good. I'm going to just play this. I can't emphasize it enough. This is the American. People need to watch this. And they should watch it carefully to see how slow this thing is projected to move as it approaches the Gulf Coast near Sarasota, heading toward Tampa. This thing is barely moving. It's going to sit. You have a major hurricane. It's going to downgrade Cat 4 to 3 to 2. I don't know if it rapidly declines, but it's going to definitely decrease with the interaction with land. And there's probably, because of the high pressure sitting up north, that's going to shear it also as it goes north. And there's also a front ahead of that. There's all kinds of stuff going on. But this is a slow mover. This is dangerous. Who said Harvey earlier? Somebody mentioned Harvey. Remember what Harvey did? It barely moved. They got feet of rain. It was the rain. This thing is sitting. It's not moving fast. 5 miles per hour, 6 miles per hour. You do the math. That's 120 miles. 100 and what? 40 in a day? That ain't nothing. Look how slow it's moving. That's Friday morning as it's exiting Tampa. Look at that. Derek said in the other YouTube chat, we had almost 60 inches of rain in my city with Harvey. 5 feet of water from rain. So it's not just the surge, it's the rain. And as Derek said in chat, a structure near the eye wall for 12 to 24 hours. Constant barrage of wind for 12 to 24 hours near the eye wall? Hell no. Under any circumstance. So again, my focus tonight is where the eye is, because it has formed. It's visible on the satellite imagery now, where it crosses over Cuba. That's my focus. There's the eye. And it has shifted, like I said last night. I said it last night that it looks like it's going to trend more east. And then they all talked about it today. I saw it yesterday. And that is what is making it really dangerous for the Gulf Coast of Florida, because it shifted more east. Remember, the original tracks from days ago had it going near Panama City. One model. The other model had it going north of Tampa, because it was going to be out further to the west and then curve later. Or maybe not curve at all and just head straight up north. That's changed because of the position of the eye. That's why this is not something they really can predict until it makes landfall. They have to wait like literally 24 hours because it's shifting. They can't the guidance is uncertain. So like I said, tonight I'm watching this eye. Does it jog more northward? It's north-northwest now. What was it, 105 mile per hour? Moving north-northwest at 13. And the millibars was 962. I think, Big Dog, you'll correct me. Let me see what you got there. Have they updated the storm surge? Because I'm going to tell you, before I even look at it, yes, Tampa has to have the highest. They need to bring those numbers down by Sarasota. I'm curious to see what they show on this thing that you put in there. Sarasota is also in a serious surge danger. But I want to see what you got here. I'm curious. Okay. I'm going to put it here. Yes. See, Sarasota's in the red too. But not like it is in Tampa. Oh my God. But still. See? That's what I was saying just a few minutes ago. Sarasota's in this equation. And this might turn more red. Because look where they have the eye. Riding the coast. The one model shows the eye coming in and going up this way. So I don't know how updated this is, but let's look at the track where it goes over Cuba. And there it is. That's the middle one. I don't see it going over that way right now. I see it going more over here. Now, if that's the case, you have to bring that line more closer to this one. And I don't even think that it's going to be Sarasota. That shifts east. That line is the center line. That brings the eye closer to Sarasota. That's what I'm thinking in my head. That's why I'm watching Cuba. Because where it crosses over Cuba is going to really tell me where this thing's going to head. So they're predicting over San Juan y Martinez, Cabeza, Sumidero. I'm thinking here. I'll pick Pinad. Let's see. Did that just move? Did that line just move east? Did I just see that? Or am I hallucinating? Oh, it's still the same. But that, I thought it moved east while I was doing it. I'm thinking here. Maybe even here. And that's why I want to keep an eye on the satellite. But this is a great feature. Who put this in chat? Whoever put it in the chat, thank you, because that's excellent. Okay, so they do it. They update it with each update. So let's see what it looks like for those who stick around for another 2 hours. Let's see what that looks like at 2. So the Cabeza and the other one. I can't remember the names now. Oh, we can look here. Okay, there's Pinard. Here's that other one. I don't remember the name of it now. It was Cabeza. Sumodero. There's that one. So that's where the line is that we just looked at. Let me just go back. Let me get rid of this. Ah, man. What did I do with it? I probably killed it. I'm definitely gonna. Where's that link again? Who put that in chat? Damn, I can't see it now. What's up, Chantal? Whoever put the... Oh, there it is. I got it. Derek, I found it. I need to look at that again. Okay. San Juan y Martinez. And it's right near San Luis. Okay, now let's go back. Let's bring this down. There it is. There's San Luis. There it is. Alright, so they're predicting the line right here. This is where the line is cutting. Right in there. Look where the eye is. It's moving more northward. And what did I say? Right here? Del Sur? I'm going to go with mine. I'm going with mine. It's still moving though, slightly west. It's jogging slightly west as it's moving north. It's definitely moving north-northwest. You could see it jogging over. Right there. It moved west in that one. So it's still possible that they could be right. I gotta get the eye perfectly lined up. Okay, let's see. Too hard to tell, but it still looks like it moved north. I'm not touching the mouse. I'm using the mouse as a guide. It definitely moved north, and little west. They're right. North, north, and a little west. But like I said, this you have no idea how important it is to where it crosses over Cuba. Because that's going to determine the track. As crazy as that sounds, it's the truth. What the hell's going on here? I've got messages going on. Okay, that's done. I need to open up these chats again. See what you guys... San Luis, Cuba now has winds of 40 around gusts to 69. Yeah, spaghetti models, but see, there's a lot of spaghetti models that I wouldn't touch. I go to the 2. I know there's a lot of models. I generally use the 2. Euro, American. And I go based on putting those together. I'm being honest. I use those 2. Because they've never failed me in the past for years. Those 2 never have failed me in a prediction of what I think. You ask people that have watched these streams for years, they'll tell you how pretty accurate I am. Some people say I'm better than the weather forecast on TV. I'm not saying that as an egotistical person or to be bragging. I'm just stating it is the way it is. Yeah. No, but I'm saying as far as the spaghetti models, Derek. Just based on spaghetti models. Because they had them all over the place yesterday. Some going up north, some crossing toward the middle and going north, and some going out to the Atlantic. It was all over the place. But, like I said, that eye has my full attention for the next few hours. And I'm staying up. I'm staying up until that eye goes over Cuba. Now, this is a what? A 2-hour loop? Yeah, this is a 2-hour loop. How much has it moved in 2 hours? Not much. And it's already 12:20. But I think I need to make some coffee. I'm not going to bed. I don't even know. Mom! Oh, Ma! Is there any coffee? Can you please make me a cup? She's like, oh, come on. Please. Now, the thing is, do I want apple pie with coffee or do I want a Entenmann's chocolate donut with the yellow inside? At this point, do I need a sugar rush? Oh, my God. If I'm going to stay up till 2:30, I'm going to need the boost. Yeah, the Red Bull gets me too shaky, like with the caffeine and sugar. It's just too much for me. I can't drink those. If you think I'm hyper like this, I'll lose my mind with drinking those energy drinks. I would lose it. I might have heart palpitations. Lewis. But like I said, this might be boring to look at. I get it. But for me, this is of utmost importance to see where this thing ends up. That's a good one, dog. Oh, my God. Well, we're going to keep... Trust me, we're going to go to AccuWeather. Okay. Do you know what's bad? I mean, it makes me sick to my stomach to think about it. Unfortunately, and I don't want to get into anything specific, but in the media, you have such exaggeration when they're standing outside. You would think it's a Cat 5 on how they're reacting. if you know what I'm saying. You would think it's the strongest hurricane ever on record, the way some of them act. Don't get me wrong. When you study meteorology, because as a little kid, I loved weather. You could ask my mom, she'll tell you. She thought I was nuts. She was right. But I don't want to use the word excited, but this is their profession, and the study of storms, and to be involved in it, it's a rush. It's an adrenaline rush for them. And some of them just go over the top and overdo it. I'm staying up till at least 2:30. Do you know what I mean? And I'll never forget the clip. I don't know who it was, who did it. I don't remember, but I remember one guy was moving on the street and you saw people walking in the background normal. And he's on the street exaggerating like there's a big winds and stuff. And people are walking in the back room like normal, nothing's wrong. But this guy's on the street acting like there's big winds and everything else. If anybody ever seen that clip, I couldn't believe it. Like for me, I have 2 generators because we have the winter storms up here, and we have these strong thunderstorms, the bow effect storms, or the isolated low level tornadoes like an EF0 that come through here. They cause significant damage. It's not utter destruction, but it's damage. Yeah, it was last year, Chantal. I almost said Chanel. Yeah, I've seen that too. Cantori does go over the top a bit. Now, another thing too, the storm chasers have to be going down there. You know they're going to be there. They're probably all there now. I would guarantee all the top storm chasers are down there right now. I would. Definite. Reed. There's a few. There's a few of them. You know they're down there. And that's another thing to watch. Another thing to do also maybe Wednesday, but they're gonna get knocked off quick, is to start looking for beach cams in Sarasota. Up north toward Tampa. Clearwater. Any live webcams to see what it looks like. So, I'm going to try to do that. Right now it's nighttime. There's not much to see and the storm is still far away. But I'll tell you, by Wednesday morning, got to start getting those cameras going. And I'm going to do it. Let's see. I don't want to get in trouble. It is public domain, though. Weather, and there is a law that you have to be accurate with what you say. It's irresponsible. This is a life-threatening situation. You don't want to be irresponsible. So, live blog. Tampa internet shut to shut down. All right, let's see what they're saying. I said this is AccuWeather. You can find it on most cable outlets.
Now, the forecast from around the country.
Really? Now this is the same video. They haven't really upgraded their videos. Now let's look at Tampa Bay video. This is important. I think this is important.
Hurricane Ian is headed for one of the most vulnerable areas in the United States, Tampa Bay. Outdated maps, complicated science, and a century without a direct hit has given residents a false sense of security. The topography on the seafloor in the Gulf of Mexico and Tampa Bay itself could cause an enormous storm surge, even in a Category 1 hurricane. Nearly 1.5 million properties around Tampa Bay are in an area that could flood in a Category 1 storm. But that number could be much higher, as flood threat maps are outdated, according to some experts. Then there's the problem of history, which has been on Tampa's side. The last hurricane to make landfall in this area was in 1921. Memories of that unnamed storm that killed at least 8 people are distant. The population here is now 20 times greater. The most important thing residents can do right now is follow all evacuation recommendations before a storm hits. By the time it does, it would be too dangerous to leave. A 6-foot storm surge could block escape routes out of Pinellas County, which includes St. Petersburg and Clearwater.
Yeah, they need to get out.
Hurricane Ian reached Category 2 strength Monday afternoon. The latest track forecast from the National Hurricane Center has adjusted slightly east of previous predictions. Ian is expected to reach Category 3 status on Tuesday, making it a major hurricane, and then keep strengthening.
That's what I said. It shifted east. I said that yesterday. They're saying it now. I'm just saying. Because it has. And that's why I'm focused on this. Because that model had it still going over this way. No, it's not. It's already made its more northerly turn. It's not going this way. It's going this way. It shifted east. And this is, this is why they should do it in real time. You got to remember, a lot of these people that are on TV are just given a piece of paper, the latest updates, the latest tracks. They're not looking at in real time the satellite imagery, how the high is interacting with this low as it comes up. They're not looking at all the players on the map. And they should show people that. I think a lot of people would be interested if they really broke it down. But it's there. You can see it. Now that moved a little bit more to the west. See, it did jog a little bit more to the west on that loop. It's heading north. But see, it freezes there. It's locking up. So it's a little hard to distinguish. It has to flow. Let me go to the eye. Let me start this from the beginning. Yeah, it definitely jogged west. There's no doubt. What?
Check to see if Kenji's room the wind is open.
It's not open. He hates the cold. See, it did slightly move to the west. But definitely north. But definitely slightly to the west. But it's not going west. It's moving north and slightly west. So it's still going to be off from what they're saying. But we got to watch it. True, Derek. It doesn't have a mountainous terrain to shred it a little bit. It's, you know what? I'm glad you said that. And they do wobble, especially when the eye is forming or when it goes through eye wall. What's it called? The reformation of the eye wall. I forgot the term. There's a term for that. You guys will know it. One of you have to know it. When the eye wall goes through it goes through it once in a while. to reform. It wobbles. It's an eye wall something. Oh my god, I can't think of the name. But that's something I do want to see what you just said, which is interesting. Actually, let's look at that terrain. Hell yeah, very little. Matter of fact, we can actually go down in there and look at it. Maybe not. It's still it's not high. It's not gonna disrupt it. Those are like hills more than anything. Over here you have a little bit of it, but nothing that's gonna detract this thing from staying strong. And that's even way over here. This is where it's really gonna go over. It's pretty much flat. So yeah, there's nothing there to really shred it up, to weaken it. I thought that maybe they would have the Google over here. It might work. I don't even think it's gonna work. They don't have it. I didn't think so. Oh my god. Oh, that's too. Eye wall replacement cycle. Thank you. Oh my god, that would have drove me nuts. That's why I didn't want to think about it. I didn't want to think about it because that would have bothered me all night. I'm glad one of you looked it up or knew it because I didn't want to go through it. Yes, it's narrow. It's gonna go over that quickly, and it's a big storm. It's. I feel better that you guys did it.
Yeah.
Just bring it here, please.
I'm going to sleep. I'm tired.
Go to bed.
No, I look in Dayland.
Oh God.
Yeah, see if it's hot.
Put it here.
I told my Billy, please, huh?
It's easy if you just put it down.
Just get what you have there, man. Is this door open?
Hell no, it's locked. Check it yourself if you don't believe it. Check it. It's
No,
locked.
I don't know. No, you don't put. You don't
Go,
put
check it yourself and you'll see.
with the
Look.
wood.
Oh, I'm not putting the wood. You want me to put the wood?
The wood.
Here comes the zombie apocalypse lock. You would think that we're going to be invaded by aliens or zombies with this wood that goes across the door here. This is what I call it. I make it a joke. Mom had me do this. So this is what I call the zombie apocalypse. You can't make it up. You can't. Oh my gosh. I gotta go grab a donut. I'll be right back.
Better to be secure than not to be secure. Nowadays you can't. You gotta make sure you have cameras, you got everything. You never know. So many crazy people. Oh yeah, Billy, I'm gonna test my sugar and I'm gonna take my medication and I'm going to sleep or rest. I can't be doing this for you all the time. Why don't you help yourself, man?
Nanu! Nana! You can't have this, Tycho. It's chocolate. You get sick. It's no good for you. You cannot have any of my chocolate donuts. Sorry. Uh, oh, I'm gonna be streaming for the next few days when I'm not working. But believe me, I will be keeping an eye on this. There's no doubt. I'm staying up tonight. I'm staying up till I see where that eye. I think once it gets to those islands, whatever that is, we're gonna know. Because again, we got, and then the 2 o'clock update, Eastern. Because if I put on this, let's see what this is saying. See, this was the original. This was last night. They moved it just where I just said. Right by this place. That's what I said, right here. That's what I said earlier. They moved it. Remember they said over here, San Martin. The line was on the left side of San Martin last night. And now that line is not even the outer line. They have really shifted this east. That's a game changer. Now, where they have it now, I don't know if they've updated this. Nope, they brought it in here now. They brought it in a little bit. I still don't think it's coming in there. Holy shit, where is this thing got? Oh, see, now this one has it inland more. Because this is the middle track. But see, this side scares me. If this thing were to cross like the Euro, cross over Florida and enter back into the Atlantic, then you're talking about the Carolinas. Carolinas are in threat. What if this thing does cross over the Florida Peninsula and goes back into the Atlantic, the eye wall, and then goes into the Carolinas or even Georgia? We don't want to see that. So there's still a lot that can happen with this storm. No coyote. I didn't see it. So I agree completely with their track now. It shifted east. The original track is way to the left. It's not even in the cone anymore. And that's what I kept saying last night. If it turns sooner and goes up more over to the east, it's a game changer. And right now, it has shifted. The original track was supposed to go this way. Look how much it has moved to the east. She even said it. And I'll be honest, it's looking like that middle track is pretty damn accurate right now on the newest update on this model. Now that's interesting because if it goes even more to the east of that line, if it even comes even more east of the center line, oh boy. Then places down south of Sarasota need to worry. You have to bring that whole line in. Sarasota. I personally believe it's going to be near Sarasota. That's what I might. Right now, I'm saying Sarasota. It's going to be very close.
What? You stay hungry? Oh my God, Billy.
Huh?
I gave him the hamburgers and he went to get me that he's still hungry. I can't believe him.
That's Tycho.
Then he's laying down for me to scratch his butt.
I wouldn't want to do that.
No, to scratch his stomach. Okay, Taquito, let's see. And then you go back with me to sleep. He's going to sleep with me.
Wow. Okay, so that eye wall definitely jogged more to the west. It's hard to see it like that. It's hard to follow it. It looks like it's here. That is taking it a little bit more to the west. I'm serious. I'm gonna go nuts tonight watching this model all night. Oh my gosh. I don't even know if I finished my donut. I think I did. Wow, there's a few tropical storms on that. I don't know. Derek, if you're still here, if you know a site, I know the Weather Channel's not bad. The Weather Service radar. I want to see a good radar. I need a good radar right now. Wendy's is eh. I need a radar. See what it looks like on the radar. Oh, it's gonna be hard to, there it goes. It's hard. That's a future model. The future model has it going over that same spot, okay.
Go on in, Taco.
Yeah, it's moving definitely more north. I don't care about future. Stop it. Come on. It's definitely moving north-northwest. Oh, I like that. How do we go down? How do I zoom? View continental, view global. Fuck. sectors. Can I zoom in? Fuck. Is there a zoom feature? Fuck. Okay. Is there a way to enlarge it? The next rat. Where are they? Oh, I see them. Ma, I'm okay. I slept. Ozone. Yeah, I tried the regions. I'm gonna try. Fuck it, I'm gonna try Wendy's. Oh, look at Wendy. I need to start. So what is this, an hour clip? Yeah, it's an hour. Oh fuck yeah, it's moving north. Oh fuck yeah, it's moving north. Let's put this in the center on the beginning of the clip. My mouse is moving a lot. Let me see. All right, that's the center. Well, it's definitely moving north. That's what I wanted to do. That says it right there. It's moving more northerly. So this is actually good. We need to keep an eye on this because this is going to indicate that 2 o'clock update's going to be important too. But this is good. Like I said, I would put the live feed of the Weather Channel because I have access to all through Verizon. I have access to every channel. But this is good. This is good. I like this one because it's actually letting me see the eye moving. This is what I wanted to see. I want to see the movement of the eye. It's hard with the satellite imagery. The radar is a good way to get a gauge of which way it's moving. But you know they're going nuts right now. Now, the Cantoris of the world and all those people, they're sleeping. They're not up. They're not up right now. They're getting their rest. They're getting ready for when the storm hits. Because they're going to, you know, if this is a slow mover, these people are going to stay up for hours. So right now they're getting their rest before, it's almost literally like the calm before the storm. This is their time to rest as much as possible before the storm has some type of a landfall or whatever in Florida. So you can imagine. I know I would. I'd be resting, relaxing as much as I can because I know I'm going to be out there for hours and hours and hours covering this. But like I said, that update at 2 o'clock is important. But it looks like the eye is really getting its act together. I mean, just look at the colors around it with the radar. The intensity of the storms. This is what you want to look at. Lots of people are leaving, as they should. I'm wondering, and this is a public service thing, there has to be a Tampa News Live, I should put. Okay. Let's see. This is just a tracker. Yeah, this is just a looping tracker. We don't want that. Tampa News. This might be headlines and all. We don't want that. I'm curious. Oh, hell no. So see, there's really nothing live right now. Let's go. Let's see. What else? Weather live. Florida News Channel 8. They're just looping. Yeah, we know that. We know all that information. Iowa, hurricane tracking. Evacuations in Florida. Oh shit.
Sheriff's Office will be out there working with our other municipal police departments to protect your belongings. Right now, we moved into another phase where we'll have an increased police presence, our law enforcement presence. Our deputies will be working even longer hours. Some won't be going home. We'll be housing them at our stations. But we will have that increased presence to protect those cherished belongings that you have. Please. What we want you to do is focus. Be prepared. There could be additional evacuations coming, but make sure that you're prepared. What does that mean? That means have basic essentials, whether it's your medications, water, food, batteries, flashlights, a plan in place for your pets, cash on hand. If we lose electric, there might not be access to that ATM or credit card machine. This is all surrounded about being prepared. This is not a time for panic. But this is a time to execute a plan. And for some reason, if you don't have a plan in place, this is a time to create a plan. Besides an increased presence at the Sheriff's Office and all hands on deck that we've implemented this morning, also I think it's important to announce we've consulted this morning with Chief Judge Figueroa, and we have suspended evictions for the week to help those individuals make sure that they have a safe place. So again, this isn't a time for panic. This is a time to be prepared and execute those hurricane plans or make a plan. We can replace anything in life, but we can't replace a life. And the life you may be saving may be the life of your own. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Hillsborough County School Superintendent Davis.
Thank you so very much, Tim. Really appreciate it. And if you look at this team behind me, this team continues to be able to step up for this community and being able to make certain we create a safest place every single day within Hillsborough County. As it relates to our school district, you know, it's very difficult to make decisions related to being able to cancel school. You know, we want to make certain that our children are in front of our teachers every single day. However, when you're facing a situation such as a hurricane or a tropical storm, you want to be able to make the safest decision to be able to protect not only our students, but also all of our employees and all of our communities. We have worked consistently with the county EOC to make this informed decision. As relates to being able to prepare shelters, we needed the shelters and schools to be available today. And I want to thank all of our principals, our assistant principals, our teachers, our support staff, because they have been on the ground all day preparing for the shelters to be able to accept this community. And as we transition into the next few days, you'll see our food nutrition helping our shelters as well to make certain that our community has the essentials. And at the same token, all of our bus drivers who will be readily available to be able to transition individuals to and from our shelters as well. As of right now, we are closed from Monday until Thursday. We'll continue to watch this storm and as it transitions over the next couple of days to make an informed decisions of what that looks like for Friday. And I want this community to know that our rapid response teams will stand ready. Our cut teams will be able to remove debris. At the same token, being able to make certain that we do an audit of every one of our facilities, whether it be from roof leaks to be able to look at debris in our common areas, for our bus loading zones, for our car riding zones, and also making certain that we have power. We'll continue to make certain that this community stands strong, and the school district is prepared to be able to wrap our arms around any community member in need. We appreciate it, and I can't continue to echo what Chad Cronisher talks about related to taking care of self and your family. Please make an informed decision to be able to protect yourself, your family, and also your loved ones. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. We'll now hear from Chief Tripp from the City of Tampa Fire Rescue.
Good morning, everyone. Chief Tripp, Fire Chief for Tampa Fire Rescue, as well as the Emergency Manager for the City of Tampa. You all have heard all the resources are here for you all. We need to make sure that everyone understands this is not a drill. This is actual. We need to get out and prepare ourselves as well as prepare our families. The City of Tampa is up and running for operations today. If you need additional information, feel free to reach out to our website, especially when it comes to the hurricane. That is tampa.gov /hurricane, tampa.gov /hurricane. We have sandbags availability within the City of Tampa, as well as other resources that's out there for families. Shelters are beginning to open. Our call center will take effect as of 12 o'clock noon. If you need information within the City of Tampa, that number is 1-888-872-4636. Once again, 1-888-872-4636. Or 1-888-TPA info. That's 1-888-TPA info. Thank you.
Thank you, Chief. Want to reiterate again, the evacuation time starts at 2 p.m. Shelters will be open at 2 p.m. We ask the public, please do not show up any earlier than that. We allow staff the opportunity to make sure everything is in place so that we can receive you and get you situated as quick as possible. So we want to make sure that in those evacuation zones, it's Zone A, Voluntary B, and that also includes all mobile and manufactured homes to include low-lying areas prone to flooding. So at this time, we'll open it up for questions.
Good move. We were talking about that earlier.
We have available on our site, Know Your Zone. You'll be able to look up your zone at hcflgov.net/stay safe. hcflgov.net/stay safe. You can go to that website and you can identify your evacuation zone. All right, thank you.
That's it.
Thank you.
All right, so we're not here to watch news, but if anything weather related, we will get back to it. But that was a pretty important. They are doing the evacuations. They had to do A, and they had to do about mobile homes. Of course they had. That's no brainer. Oh my God, I can't see on that screen all the way over there. I like the way he has that. He's going out to storm chase. There's another system out here to watch, but I haven't even looked at that. This is going to change. Yeah, that's definitely going to change. That's not. Look at the water temps. It's warm there. It's warm going all the way up. There's a lot of stuff here. There is a lot of stuff here. You were right, Eric. But what I want to see now is what the hell is they focusing on? There's something in the Atlantic. What the hell was that? What is this? Where the hell is that going? It's going nowhere. It's going up. It's stationary. It's going up. That's not going to be a problem. Nope. Bye-bye. That's not a cause of concern. I didn't think so. It's off the map. Okay, what is that? What is this? It's not organizing though. Okay, let me look at the American. It doesn't develop though. So they're off on the timing, but there was something showing here. Got to keep an eye on this. Got to keep an eye on this next week. Right here, this area. I want to see what the models are showing as this thing moves up. Because I'm way up here. How much rain? This is the American. The American has it going inland. But now there's another secondary system developing offshore here. Thank God it's not organized. And there it is right here. And then it weakens. You gotta remember, Superstorm Sandy made a left. There is a low pressure here. What the hell is that? Gotta watch. It's almost like a nor'easter. It looks like a nor'easter. I want to see what the Euro's saying for this. Not, it's out here. But it's over here. It's not organized. But it's almost like what the American is showing. That's something to watch for us up here. I need to watch this too for next week. But who cares about that right now? Let me see if the model's changed. I highly doubt it. Yep, it's still showing Sarasota. Let's see what the Euro shows. The Euro shows are going already inland. The Euro has it coming in earlier. Same place, Sarasota. So both the Euro and the American is showing both making landfall near Sarasota. So both of them, just hours apart, but both of them agree. It seems like Sarasota, it's going into Sarasota. This one's a little behind, but still going to Sarasota. So the Euro and the American, the timing is off, but they both agree on the location. And this is Thursday morning. Early morning, after midnight. With the American. And it's already moved in. This worries me. I hope the Euro's wrong. This really worries me if this thing crosses over Florida and heads back toward, oh, look at it, jog north. That's impossible. It doesn't go from here to there. There's a glitch. That's impossible. It's not going to jump from there to there. This thing is about to go back over the Atlantic. In the Euro model. The Euro model, look where the eye is. In the Euro model, it's about to go back over the Atlantic. That's not, I'm telling you, I don't see this happening, but if it did, this eye can go right over water again. And if it's still moving slow, it can redevelop and affect Georgia and the Carolinas. I don't see that happening because there's a high pressure to the north. The high pressure is, it depends where the high pressure is, if it pushes it inland. That's what they're hoping. But, where is the high? It's hard to see it. Let me move back. Wow, this one is not even showing the high. That's impossible. Let me see the American. Okay. Holy shit, this has changed. There was a high up here. Or maybe it weakened. Let me back up. There was a high up to the north earlier. It's not showing now. That's troubling. There was a high there earlier. That high was supposed to be the influencer to bring it more inland. They're not showing the high on the map anymore. There was a high right up there that would have swung it clockwise and bring the storm in with the steering winds. It is not there now. It's weak. It looks like it went up north. Let's look now. did the high pressure go? I swear there was a high pressure here earlier today. It's not showing the high. There's the front. That could be a game changer right there alone. Good night, Kimberly, and God bless all those people down there that you know. Yeah, you'll see it in the morning. But I am telling you, that's a flag for me. I don't see that high anymore. And I don't even know where the hell it went. It's just like disappeared off the fucking map. There was a big high. Now there's a high out here. Could it have moved off that quick? That's impossible. This could be a game changer all in itself. You know what? I need to look at the satellite. I gotta see what systems are coming down from Canada. If there's a front, okay. That was the front that moved through here earlier. And it's also associated with this low here. I need to look at this. This thing is not moving like they said it was going to move out so quick. It's like stalled there. This is a game changer. So you got the low right here. The euro is seeing this. The euro is seeing this system and the front pushing it and the timing. That's what the computers are looking at. They're looking how these other systems interact with the hurricane when the timing when it comes up. Does that have enough to push it more to the east? I'm not saying that's going to happen, but you have to look at all the players on the board. And there is definitely a trough coming down here. You can see it. See this energy diving down? That same energy, depending on how far south it goes, can literally push this thing off up the east coast. I'm not saying that's going to happen. That's very low. But you have to look at the players on the board. And that's a big upper low. Look how much influence that low pressure has. All because of this low. Spinning right here. It's dragging this down. And then look how far south it goes. Now, which direction is this thing moving? Is it moving east? Hopefully it's moving this way and away. If this is slowly moving to the east, that could influence the hurricane. The high pressure is not even on here. I don't know what the hell they were showing high pressure. So here it is right here. It's moving east. It has more north. It's going actually a little bit to the northeast. Yeah, it's going up to the northeast. That's good. So again, that's what you got to look at. You got to look at all the players. All right, let's put this in motion. Oh yeah, she definitely just drifted to the west. It definitely drifted off to the west. When does it start to go more northerly? That definitely drifted to the west. There's just no doubt about it. Undeniable that it definitely slid more to the west now. I can't wait to see the update at 2. See, now the last one has a little bit more of a northerly jog. Right there. I gotta get this. I want to see. Right there. It moved north again. Let me look at the radar. Okay, let's put the mouse right in the middle. Come on. Oh, come on. We'll wait till it catches up in the loop. I can't get the mouse to get steady. I have to let it reset. Right there. Let's see. It's still tugging north. It's still tugging north. Even now it's moving slow. 13, but still. It's definitely moving north. Wow, David. Yeah, you could see there's a front. You could see it. Now, that's a game player. Yeah, the water's like in the one thing that I saw was in the mid 80s. Near the mid 80s, the water surface, the temperature. What's up, Pat? Let's go back to the satellite. There's definitely a front in there. Right there. And that extends up. But it's also, we had this front go through. We had rain earlier today. And it's because of this front. It's all associated. And you could even see a little bit of it back here. That energy is diving down from Canada. But it depends. If this moves up, the influence goes up with it. If it goes east, and it does look like it's going northeast. Matter of fact, I wish I could check this out on Windy. On the other wind. Okay, let's look at it. It's right there. There it is. There's the low. Let's put this in motion. Yep, it's moving northeast. Yep. But there's still a lot of energy diving down from Canada. Oh like I said, there's still so much that can happen with this. There really is. It's crazy. I'm gonna stay with the radar for right now. Because this really goes like for the last minute. This is 6 minutes ago. It's creeping ever so much closer to Cuba. This was my original location right here. That's what I picked earlier. And it sure as hell looks like, and it might have been right on the money. So it's 1:15. What time is it? 1:22. So this is 7 minutes old. I wonder if I have to refresh or does it automatically update itself? What's up, Omer? A nor'easter is subtropical. It's not a hurricane. It's a storm that just forms off the coast and works its way up. It can have the energy that can get close to a hurricane. It can have hurricane force winds. But these are ones that form off the coast, the East Coast, and then they ride the coast up to New England. Those are tough on us. Oh my God. Because if it's in close enough, you get more warmer air coming in from the ocean. But depending on where the eye sits, again, the low pressure, I'll call it the eye, it's a low pressure. If you're on the cold side where it's dragging that cold air down from Canada, if you're on the cold side, you get more snow. So depending on where the nor'easter sits, it depends if you're on that cold side or if you're getting that warmer flow in from the ocean, which is an influence. It usually means rain. Where I am, it's that close. But I'm inland a little bit in higher elevation, so it's snow. Usually. But we haven't had much of it in the last 7-8 years. I'm just saying. Well, let's see. It was at 11:15. No, 12:15. I don't remember. Okay, it says 1:15. That's BS. I think I have to refresh. What's up, C? Let's see if it shows 1:16. I think I gotta refresh it. It's still stuck on 15. Let's see. I'm just curious. I'm not gonna refresh every freaking minute. Yep, it's still on 15. Let me refresh. Let's see. I'm curious to see where it goes over Cuba. I really am. Because that's important. Believe it or not. It still says 1:15. It might update every 5 minutes. Or 3 minutes. What time is it now? 1:25. That's BS. We should be seeing more than that. It's like every 3 minutes. Yep, there's 20. Okay, so now it did update. I want to start it from the beginning of the loop. It's definitely moving north. Okay, I'm in the middle. Definitely moving north. It's moving north now. I'm zoomed in, remember. And this is a radar. You don't see this eye in the satellite imagery. Look at the satellite. It's a mess. It's been trying to form all night. You're starting to see it better now. But look at the loop. It's been trying to get more organized. And now it's starting to. Look at the latest one. The eye is definitely getting its shape now. It's starting to really get its act together now. And look at that. Look at the intensity. It's definitely intensifying. And it's blowing up in size. Wow, look at that. This is, I'm telling you, when it gets over Cuba, it passes Cuba. And gets into here. Boy, oh boy. By tomorrow afternoon, they're going to really get a good idea what's going to happen with this storm. Once it clears Cuba. By tomorrow afternoon, when it's sitting right about here, that's when they're going to know a lot more. Oh, is that some like lightning detector or something? I know I was talking to Amanda. It was bad. A lot of trees down and power outages in Cape Breton. Oh God. Let's get rid of that. Yep. I'm curious to see where this model takes it. Wow, look at it. By 8 o'clock tonight, look where it is. And look, it's moving in. Holy shit, this one has it going more to the south of Sarasota. Look how slow it's moving. Oh my God. over the Atlantic. There it goes. It's hugging the east. Oh, and that's where it stops. Look at where the eye is. It's going back over the freaking Atlantic. The models are trending. There it is. Holy shit. If that stays that case, they might have another landfall. That's the Euro. That's the Euro model. But look where it has it. It has it crossing over Florida and re-emerging in the Atlantic off the east coast of Florida. And that water's warm too. Can you imagine that? Now it's probably a tropical storm at this point, but the intensification can reoccur once the eye's over the water again. And if it's a slow mover, it has time to get a little bit more steam again, depending which way it moves. It can move in, it can move up, it can move this way. But that's Friday, 2 a.m. That's bad. If that one is to come true. That would be bad for the Carolinas. I'm not so sure about that one though. I gotta close some browsers. I'm waiting till 2. 4 minutes ago. I want to freeze it. Correct? Okay, that's the last one. I said this earlier, man. I said on this side though. It might be more east than I even thought. I said over here earlier. It's looking like it might be going even more east of that. See, right here it's organizing. There's the wobble. The eye's trying to get its act together. But then it gets its act together. Where does it go from here? Is it going to go up? Or is it going to go a little bit more to the west? The next few frames is going to be important. Because the eye is definitely getting its act together here. It's still wobble. It's got to wobble. Yeah, I know. I remember that was crazy. That was crazy. You never know. You never know. I see it more going up the Gulf Coast than going over Florida and re-emerging in the Atlantic. I'm not seeing that. I'm going more with the northerly. But I don't see the high pressure anymore. What happened to the high? I swear, earlier today, that high was there. I was talking about how the high was going to bring the winds in this way and the low, and that was going to make it a storm surge on North Carolina. It was showing it earlier today. It's gone. It's not on either map anymore, the Euro or the American. The high vanished. Like in thin air. It was there earlier today, and now it's gone. That's not good. Because that was going to help push it more to the left. and north. It was going to bring it inland. But I don't see that high pressure anymore. One minute ago. Let's see if that's accurate. What time is it? 1:36. 2 minutes ago. It is accurate. It's 2 minutes old now. Oh, look at that little jog to the north. It's wobbling. But you see it? You see? Do you see how these clouds come in? Look at this area right here. Look what it does. Whoop. Right here. Ooh, it's pushing this way. It's pushing the other way. You could actually see it. It's going through a wobble. Go back. Look at that. Look at the mouse. You can see where it wobbled to the west and then wobbled back to the east and north. Right there. It cuts the edge. Up. But now it's moving the other way. It's wobbling. Because the eye is getting together. It's wobbling. It's trying to get that formation. So it's wobbling back and forth. Trying to get that. You see it though? You guys see it? I see it. That's why I'm staying up. I am seriously staying up because I really... Cayos de San Felipe Islands are taking a direct hit. Oh, I believe it. I mean, look. The eye is right there. It's that northeast quadrant, though. This is a Cat 2. It was what? It was 105 earlier. We have to remember that 105, 962, 13 miles per hour, north-northwest. So it's Cat 2. So those are the numbers we have to, in 20 minutes. 962, north-northwest, 13 miles per hour, 105. Mom wanted to go out Wednesday. I said, heck no. I ain't going anywhere. I'll be right here in front of the computer. And I'm off on Wednesday. I will be here monitoring this. Gotta find some cams. Matter of fact, let's get away from this right now. I do want to save this. I'm gonna bookmark that. And I'm definitely gonna bookmark this. That I know and that I know. But what the hell was I just gonna check? See, I lost my train of thought. Totally. There was something I was gonna check. I totally forgot. It's all Amo's fault. He's back. What the hell? It's probably refreshing. Yep. Damn, what was I going to search? I was going to search something. Oh, fucking. Oh, yeah. Now I know. Come on. Come on. Really? This is what we're going to be looking at. These cams. It's nighttime now, obviously. But this is some of the stuff we need to... I'm definitely going to bookmark this page. Sarasota. Let's see this one. Okay, that's stills. Yeah, I can see movement on the camera. That is definitely a live cam.
Hey, Bill,
What?
you didn't tell me
What?
it's hitting Orlando.
It might go over Orlando.
And it's getting bad.
They don't know yet.
Billy, I just looking at TV.
I don't care what they're saying. They don't know yet. Trust me, they don't. There's one model that's taking it over near Orlando. Yes, there is. But that's not set in stone.
Sandy got to be ready for anything.
That's not happening. So there are some working cams here. Which means, you know, I got to bookmark this. Okay. So the main site, we bookmark. Let's see what else we can grab. That's not happening. Oh, that's just brutal. This is in preparation for the days coming. Then we got to go to Tampa and in that whole area. So St. Petersburg, Tampa. It's a time lapse. I hate that. These are probably all time lapse. They are. The best one is Live Beaches. Is that the one that I was at? Yep, Live Beaches. I knew it would be there. So that other one might be our best bet. EarthCam. Is it EarthCam? That might be another. This could be a browser issue too. I'm actually going to copy this into a different browser. Sometimes that has a weird effect. Let's open up Google. Let me get rid of this. I got a million windows open here. It's almost 2. Okay. Oh, close that bullshit. It's acting up over here too. Here's one. This is a good one. Definitely will be keeping an eye on this camera. Holy shit. You can hear the weights. Wait till you see this in the daytime. This is all in preparation for when the storm gets closer. So we have some cameras to look at. That is live. I can see the clock moving. So we need to save this one. And we'll go for one more. Then, not now, but tomorrow I'm going to go through Tampa. Alright, so we'll get rid of this for now. Tomorrow I'll focus on Tampa. And let me close this. I've got too many windows open. The next update's in 10 minutes. Let's get back to this map. I'm going to kill this for now. I'm definitely kill this for now. And that. We'll stay with windy. And let's see the latest. It's still really not defined. But it's definitely moving north. There's no doubt about that. When it gets to this point. Right there. It's definitely moving north. I'm going to put this down here. Because it was moving north-northeast. I mean north-northwest. But when it reaches here, look at it. You see it shift? And now it's going, it's wobbling. It's going northeast, northwest, northeast, northwest. It's got the wobble going on. But it's generally going north, no matter what. But when the update comes out, this is not a significant change. Maybe 110 north-northwest and still the same speed. I'm curious about the pressure. Maybe it's up to 110. Maybe 115, but most likely 110. But let's look at the pressure and let's see the movement and the speed. It should be 13 still. Let's see. But it's definitely moving to the north. Okay, let's try to get this. Let's go here. That's a little high. Let's go here. Yeah, that's the center. Definitely drifting north. definitely going north. So if that trajectory stays true, it's exactly what we said right here. Let's look at the cone that Wendy's putting up. Why isn't it not working? There it is. It's taking it exactly where I said it was going to go. I don't see it. Tampa's still in the bullseye, but then it has it going north and inland. I'm not seeing that. I'm seeing it shifting way to the east. I'm not seeing that at all. And it's because of this. Diving down from Canada. I don't know. Luckily, this low is going northeast. Luckily. If this fucker was going east, it would influence the hurricane, but I don't know. See, here's the front. One of the fronts. This is the front that passed through us today. Even this track is wrong. It's not going that way. The track should be here, going this way. It's not following that track. It's way off. The track is heading north-northwest while the storm, the eye, is heading north. Alright, this is going to come out soon. I'm going to take this tracker off. The wobbles are so unpredictable. It's fascinating to watch this for me because the wobble could be a big changer too. Which way does it wobble more to? The west or the east? It's moving north, but does it wobble more to the east or wobble more to the west? That's what I'm curious looking at this. Oh, it just came out? Oh, so it dropped slightly and it's 110. I said 110. What's the movement? What's the speed? Still 13? And is it north-northwest still? Is that what they're saying? They must be saying north-northwest though. 13 miles per hour. So it intensified slightly. 5 miles per hour up. Little drop in the millibars. Look how it's itching closer to those islands. And you can see it's going north because look where it ends up, right in the middle of those that island chain. Look at it. Boom. It's definitely moving north. Look at that. That's amazing just to look at. I mean, really, that's amazing. And if we zoom out, we can see the size of the storm. Look at the size of that thing. Northwest. Oh, it's slowing down. It's slowing down a little bit. You know why, right? It's wobbling, and it might be changing direction. That's two indicators. The wobble and maybe a shift more northerly. I'm not saying that's happening. It's possible. But look at the size of that storm. Look how it's growing in size too. Look at it. Hey, it's slowing down. It was 13 before. That's what I'm saying. It's wobbling and it may be going more northerly. Good night, Omer. So 11 miles per hour. Holy fuck. I'll be up to 5 o'clock in the morning before that thing makes landfall. I'm not staying up. So tomorrow morning, what's tomorrow? Tuesday. As soon as I wake up, I'm coming on. I'm curious to see where this is. This is definitely going to take a few more hours, probably by like 7, 8 a.m. before it probably makes landfall. Because it's slowed down and it's still a few hundred miles away. It's getting there. What's the loop on this? 2 hours? Hell yeah, this is a 2-hour loop. Look, I mean, don't get me wrong. Look where the eye was and how much it's moved in 2 hours. But you're looking at another 2 to 3 hours easy. Easy. Maybe 4 by 6, 7 a.m. Before that eye probably makes landfall. I'm thinking. It's 11 miles per hour. And it's slowing down. I thought the eye would have formed by now. I really did. I really thought the eye would be visibly, you could see it on satellite imagery. It's still a mess. It's definitely getting better organized, but it's still not there. It's definitely intensifying. Look how it's expanding. Look at the storm expanding in size. Look at that. Look at that blow up. It's blowing up. It's definitely coming together. It looks like there's dry air to the west. There's some dry air trying to influence it on the west side. See it on that side? but it's still got a lot of warm water, but it's churning in the same place. So it's also disrupting the water temperature. Wow. Look at those bands, those outer bands. Look at these storms blowing up here. Look at this. Look at the fucking energy. Look at these storms. It's blowing up and you don't see the inflow really going on. It's just because the storm is intensifying. But look at those cloud tops. Look at those thunderstorms exploding in the bands. It's intensifying. Look at that. Look at this. Look at the way this is blowing up. Over here. A lot of this is going to go into Florida, the Keys. Actually, a lot of it might go, yeah. These bands are probably going to affect. Wow, look at that. You could even see how it's intensifying just on that. I wonder if they put Key West in some kind of a warning. It's too far to the east, but if this sucker's going straight up, the Keys have to be on a hurricane watch. They should be on a hurricane watch. Who's to say that that thing don't curve more to the east as it crosses over Cuba? Who's to say? Do you know if the Keys, Key West, let me see. They should be under a hurricane watch. I gotta go to NOAA. I want to see the latest cones. Okay. Oh, it sure looks like they did. Looks like they did. Let me see. They did. They put it on a hurricane warning. The Keys. They should be. What is this red? That cannot be. Oh, it's probably that. That's not even habitable, is it? Is there anybody on there? What the hell is that? That's the red spot. That's in a hurricane warning. That's that red dot. Right there. This is Key West. It's in blue. Tropical storm. I'm not so sure about keeping it a tropical storm. I think I would put these Keys under a hurricane watch. I don't know. The thing is definitely moving more to the north. Big Dog, what do you think? Would you put the Key West in a hurricane watch. I'm not saying warning. I would be putting the Key West in hurricane watch. It's going to be close. Not that close to the eye, but close enough that I would put a watch on it. They have tropical storm watch on it, or warning. I would be putting a hurricane watch on that shit. This eye is... It's going north, and it actually looks like it went a little bit to the east. Because it's wobbling. Look at... Let's zoom in on here. So, look at it. It's hard to tell. But it looked like it was going more to the west. But then it started to come back. And it looks like it's going a little bit more to the fucking east. It's going north. But it's wobbling. It wobbled west. Now it's wobbling back. And it's trending to wobble more to the east side now. Of course, it's moving north. But you see that? You see how you see the wobble? And if it keeps going like that, when does it eventually take its course more north? When it finally settles. That's a key too. Hell yeah, the eye's really wobbling. It's really wobbling. No, the eye wall is forming because the storm is intensifying and it's growing in size and it's having a hard time getting organized itself in the center of the core because so much is going on around it. And it is approaching Cuba, so let's see how that may cause the eye to wobble even more. Not by a lot. Because as somebody said earlier, it's flat, basically. But it's still land. These things love warm water. That's how it gets its energy. Water. So, I'm actually going to stay up a little bit more. I'm curious to see where this freaking eye ends up over these islands. But I got to save energy for tomorrow. Okay, what's the latest? 2:03. So that was 7 minutes ago? What time is it? 6 minutes ago. $2:07. That just updated. That's 2 minutes ago. But it's not finishing the loop. I'm going to go to radar. Why isn't it playing? Okay. The rate is not, it's not giving me as much. I can't trust the wind because that's a model. They need to update their videos. I don't want a future forecast. Wow, that shit has it like over the islands now? $216? That's a future. 206. Is that possible? That it's the eye's already over the islands? What the hell? That's 206. It's not 212 yet. Yeah, there it goes. 5, 6 in the morning. I ain't staying up to that. Okay, here we go. 119. Okay, I missed it. Haha. Fuck. That's the best I can do. It's showing the eyes already over those islands. I don't think the windy model is reliable. Just the way it looks. See it? It doesn't even look right. The way it's lapsed. See, on this one, it is showing that it's affecting the islands already. Yeah, it has a big time wobble, but the general movement is north. Well, that sure as shit is fucking off. Wrong. The eye is here, buddy. Not here. It's here. So your trajectory that the center was going to go over to this side is wrong. It's going over the center, more to the east. So we need to follow this track. Where does that take it? Right into here. By Sarasota. Because it's off. The track is off. Do you see that? It's more to the east. The track is off. It's shifting more north. It's and east. They don't know how it's going to wobble and all that. You know what I mean? They can't predict that. It looked like it was going to go that way at one point, but then it wobbled to the east, and the eye is forming to the east of that. It looked for a second like it was going to go that direction, but it wobbled to the east. How long ago is this? We need to refresh. That's 1 minute ago. I would love to stay up all night and watch this. I really would. But that right there is an indicator. We need to see if this continues the trend north instead of north-northwest. Right now, it took a little jog more to the north. I need to open. Oh, I can't open the door. It's freaking zombie apocalypse here. I'm sweating. I'm staying up a little while more. I want to see the next few loops. Definitely want to see. Oh, that feels good. Is this door locked? Yeah, it's locked. I definitely want to see a few more loops on this. It's hot in here. It's not. It is 53 degrees outside. It's not warm outside. It's warm in here. Believe me, I can feel that cool air coming through that door now. Wow. Their track is wrong. Hell yeah, I'm still on this. The model's off. You're expecting 2.5 inches of rain per hour starting in 2 hours. But dude, look at it. The eye is to the east of the east line. The eye is to the east of the east line. That means it's shifting more to the east, even more than they predicted. We need to see how this eye progresses over these islands. You definitely might get hit. There's no question now. I don't want to say it's definitely going to happen, but you are Orlando, Kissimmee, all that is definitely within a hit from this now. Dude, if it takes this right track, remember the right track. Orlando's here. Orlando's definitely a possibility. Because the track is trending more to the east right now. Orlando's definitely within the cone. Kissimmee's definitely within the cone. Definite. Not even a doubt. It's very possible. But see their track, the center track? Right now, the eye just shifted more to the east of the whole track. See, so now it's still moving north. That's exactly Charlotte Harbor. Where is Charlotte Harbor? I need to search that. So I'm not familiar, so I have to look it up. Which one is it? Is this where I think it is? Okay. You need to pay attention to this eye. You really do. Who is it? Teresa, you definitely need to watch this. Because even though they're predicting, I'm predicting more Sarasota up to Tampa. But this is definitely, you definitely have to watch, because the eye may move more to the east now. That's what the models, I mean, I would definitely be prepared, especially if you're in one of those surge areas here. You definitely need to be prepared, because the models are changing. I'm just gonna go back one more time to show the people that are new here what's going on. So this is the euro. I'm assuming Charlotte Harbor, or there it is. So look where the eye is. Euro. See how close that is? It's very close. If this eye shifts more to the east, it's almost a direct hit where you are. So you definitely need to pay attention. I'm not saying it's going to happen. I'm just saying you need to pay attention, because it's not going to be far on the euro. Now let's look at the American. See how close you are to the eye? If this forecast shifts 50 miles to the east, it's going to be bad in that area, Charlotte Harbor. It's that close. This is still hundreds and hundreds of miles away. So you need to pay attention to your weather. So I'm not saying it's going to happen, but if it's both models are showing at this close proximity, and if these models are off and it trends more to the east, you're right there. I'm just saying, pay attention to your news, your weather. So that's why, like right now, I'm not paying attention to this. I'm paying attention to this, because it looks like it's trending. And I got to go back to now. I got to put the satellite. Look at the track. See the center track? It's taking it to Tampa. But look at the right track. And look where Port Charlotte is. And look where the right track is. Now let's go down. Let's see where it is now. So this is the center track. This is the right track. Right now, this storm is on the right side of all tracks. The eye is on the right side. It's on the. It's shifted east. It's not even following the cone now. It's following the east track, which means this could be shifting and trending more to the east. I don't know that for sure, but right now, look where the middle track is, and look where the eye is. They're not in the same place. You could see where this one predicted it to go up this way. The eye is over here. That you may not think that's a lot, but that's important, because it's changing the whole trajectory of the track. If you understand what I'm saying. It's supposed to slow down significantly. They're saying 5 to 6 miles per hour. That means this storm could be in your area for 24 hours. It's supposed to slow down to 5 to 6 miles per hour. This is a storm that can be over you for a day or even more. 24 hours. And with that surge coming in for 24 hours, and if you're near the eye wall with those high winds in the right quadrant, it's life-threatening. It's downright life-threatening. There's no, I can't, I'm not going to sugarcoat it. It's dangerous. Especially if it's a Cat 3. God forbid it's a Cat 4. I don't see it as a Cat 4. It'd probably be maybe a Cat 3, maybe 3, maybe lucky 2. I see what you wrote, see. Dude, you got to be careful driving and fucking Uber delivering food, bro. Plus, the police may tell everybody to stay off the road. They may make mandatory curfew. Now, I don't know if Ubers are drivers allowed to be out there in storms, but they may put in mandatory curfews, everybody off the street, emergency kind of a situation. They may do that. I mean, you're taking a big chance. They are forecasting tropical force winds for Tampa for 36 straight hours. Holy shit. Holy shit. Well, yeah, that makes kind of sense. Tropical force, because it's going to be a big storm. And moving slow. That makes sense. That's crazy to even think about. Oh, the eye is over these islands already. Is it me, or is it looks like it's picking up a little bit more speed? Or maybe it's an illusion. Look at it here. It's wobbling. It's wobbling. But look at this. Look at this. Look at that. Look at that. Does that look like it picked up a little speed right there? Look. Wobble, wobble, wobble. Wobble. Wait. Right there. Look how it's lifting. Look how it's lifting. Looks like it took a little quick move to the north. It could be just me seeing this for so long that I'm starting to lose it. Oh my God. Oh, you're a letter carrier? My mother was a letter carrier for 30 years. Yes. Snowstorms. Didn't matter. Deliver the mail. Supervisor tells you get out there to deliver the mail. You're delivering the mail. I don't even want to tell you. My mother was downtown for 9/11. And when all the chaos was happening, do you know that the supervisor said go outside and deliver the mail? And she worked on 85th Street. The supervisor said go out and deliver the mail in the middle of all that chaos on 9/11. I could bring my mother here. She'll tell you. Can you believe that? So yeah, I believe anything that these supervisors tell you to do and deliver the mail. It's bullshit. She gets pissed when she starts talking about that. Dude, it's true. You should remember that. It was crazy. You remember when all that shit went down in the city, Caesar? It was crazy. Wow, look at the eye. I'm telling you, this has me concerned because now I was predicting the eye to go pretty much here. Yeah, I could still be right. Because when I was talking earlier, I said it was going to go right through here. By Concepcion del Sur, this place. That's what I thought. But now, Oh, she wobbled a little bit more to the west again. She wobbled to the west a little bit, but still it's on the right side. It's wobbling. The eye is wobbling, but it's generally moving north. And it's definitely not following this track. That track is out. Because the eye would have been here. The eye is not there. The eye is here. It's off. This is real time. This is, the latest one is 2:31. What time is it? 2:32. It's a minute old. This is like real time. It's approaching Cuba quick. There's Cuba right up there. It's about to hit Cuba. And it's a big storm, and it's intensifying. It is definitely getting, let's get rid of this thing. It's definitely getting its act together now. Look at it. And look at the size of this thing. It's growing in size. Look how it's getting bigger. It's getting wider, and it's getting wider on both sides, all around. And you see those, look at the thunderstorms and the bands. This thing is growing. There is dry air trying to get in on the, there's some dry air influencing it on the west side. See that dry air coming in? It's hindering a little bit development in here. It's definitely encountering some shear going on this side. But that will probably change once it heads more to the north. You can see the conditions here are probably more favorable. Not here, but here. Exactly where it's going. But, I mean, it's too bad we can't get like a really early image. This thing is really getting its act together now. But you can see that shear on that side, dry air. That's why it's not getting the full shape, because of that shear that's going on the west side of the storm. But as it moves north, that's going to be less of an issue. That's why they're expecting it to intensify. And the sad part is it's going to slow down. You got to think about what this is going to do to the shoreline. The surge all up in here, my God. There should be nobody. I mean, let's just do this quick. Because I definitely got to go to bed soon. I can't be up all night. Tomorrow's a different day, and there's going to be a lot more developing. But let me bring, I don't want to bring all that down. I'm just going to search it here. Let's just look at this. Just think of a 24-hour or more surge in here. Let's start at Sarasota. Look at these populated areas. And this is going to get hit with 24 hours possibly of surge. And I'm not kidding. Think about that. All this. And we're not even talking about the bays. These are just the barriers. All this. Like I said, I'm not talking about the bays yet. That's a whole different issue. That water is going to be pushed right into the bays. But this is some major populated areas. And we're not even to Tampa yet. All up in here, all this, especially in there. Especially in there. That's a disaster. I'm telling you, this is bad. I'm really worried about this whole area. This whole thing. All the way down to Sarasota. This whole area here. And I'm not... It could be even further south. The way the storm is trending. It could even go down to... What was it? Cape Coral? Now, this doesn't look to be too populated, thank God. So from here, and that includes you, but and this whole area too. Definitely this whole area too. But from here points north up the Gulf Coast to Tampa. Need to watch this. And if one of the tracks takes it through Central Florida, back out over the Atlantic, you got to watch that. Or the other model that shows this thing going very, very, very slowly up the coast, that means a lot of people are going to get affected by surge. It's not just here. It's going to travel up. Those are the two scenarios right now. And I'm really curious when I wake up if they change, if they start talking about it differently. Because the models may not have been updated. Let's see. Look where the model's showing it. That is not where the eye is. Look where the model has it. More to the west. These are the models. That's the Euro. Let's see where the American is showing. The American's showing even more to the west. That's not accurate. So the models have to be readjusted. Because the eye is not there. The eye is over here. So, remember where this is. Look at the little island here. See it? That's not where the eye is. It's not even making landfall yet. This model is way off. Let's look at the Euro. The Euro has it here. And this is at 4 a.m. So let's go back. Let's just see it in movement. This is a model. Look where the model has it going. They have not updated yet. Both models have the eye going over here. That's not what's happening. Now let's put the real satellite imagery in motion. And you'll see the eye is not here. It's over here. Remember, they predicted the eye to go over here. Oh, look at that. Oh, look at that. The eye turned. Did you see that? It moved more to the... Wow. It did make a little jog to the north, the west. Look at that. Whoop, it wobbled to the west now. But it's still off. It's still over the center, not the left side. But it did wobble. It was wobbling to the east. Now it's wobbling to the west. It's wobbling. It's so unfucking predictable. It is unbelievable. It looked like it was gonna go up this way, and now look at that. Look how it wobbled to the west. But we have to see now. But now we have to see if it wobbles back to the right. But is that crazy? Did you see that? It looked like it was gonna go north, and look at that. It went to the west. Let's see, how long ago was that? Two minutes ago. That's wild. But remember, it's spinning. So that's part of the wobble, the eye wall. So that wobble could just be the eye wall bending in that direction right now. That doesn't mean when it comes back to the bottom that it's going to shift east again. It's just a rotation. And you see it as clockwise, but it's not clockwise, it's counter. It would, on the camera, I don't even know. It's backwards. And where are you located? Don't get me specific. Are you near Sarasota? Are you near Tampa? You don't have to get into like specific. Give me a general area. Because if you live anywhere between Sarasota and Tampa, that's where you need to worry. I studied weather. I've been doing this for years. If you live anywhere between Sarasota and Tampa, that's where you really have to pay a lot of attention to what's going on right now. I still find that wobble interesting. I used to own a house near Valencia College. A lot of my family live right now, a lot of them, near Colonial Drive. What's the other one? Colonial University Boulevard? Winter Park. All in that area. Like I said, I had a house right near I-4, near Valencia College. I sold it like how many years ago now? I don't remember. So I know what you're talking about. You may have tropical. It depends on the track. You're Central Florida. You're inland. The people that really have to worry are these people that are along the coast for surge. You'll have tropical storm type weather. And you'll have probably potentially a half a foot of rain because it's a slow mover. I don't know. You're going to get a lot of rain out of this, I can tell you that. And then you always got to watch for isolated tornadoes in the bands. But it's the people along the Gulf Coast that have to really be prepared for this. Yeah, that wobbled, but I got to see how the wobble continues. Yeah, you're going to get the gusts. But there's two tracks. Let me show you. There's two tracks. It's Bizarro Land. There's two tracks. This is off. This is not where the eye is. That's why these models need to be updated, because they're off, both of them. The American and the Euro is off. That is not where the eye is. The eye is more to the east on both models. But let's just say, look where the eye is. The American model has it going up the Gulf Coast very slowly, 5-6 miles per hour. I mean, this thing is itching to go nowhere. It is. This is an hour frame. Look at it. It's not moving. By the way, the American changed a little bit. Look at this. The American changed. You brought in more inland. Holy shit. But it's not moving. Holy shit, what did the American do? The American model stuck. Oh my God. Oh, that's worse. Look at this onshore flow. Wow. Holy shit. The American shifted east. I need to see the euro now. Did that change? Wow, the euro has it going more to Central Florida. Holy shit. What's up with this? The eye is like over southeastern Orlando and heading to Space Coast. Barely moving. It's like literally over Orlando. Now it's going back to the left. Okay, now it's making a northerly. Uh-oh, it's going to go offshore. That's not true. That's a glitch. It's here. That's a glitch. That's because the model hasn't up. This son of a gun is showing it going back over the Atlantic. And crossing right over Central Florida. But the American has it going up inland. This model I got to see this model tomorrow. This model has it going nowhere. Sitting over Sarasota and Tampa for hours and hours with that onshore surge coming in. Look at that. Sarasota. To be honest, if the eye goes inland like this, it's a lot better than it being offshore where the winds are coming directly around the eye wall, hitting and slamming. It's actually a better thing. This is actually, I hate to say it, but if the eye goes inland, that's better news. Because you don't want the eye offshore, because then if it's like this, then you got the eye, the winds around the eye slamming that water in. Even take it offshore more. It just brings that water in. If it's inland, it doesn't have the same effect. You don't want this eye sitting offshore. Inland is not a bad thing. It's weaker coming off this side. The stronger winds is the right quadrant, northeast quadrant. So that's actually not a bad thing We have to wait and see now, because the track has shifted to the east, like I've been saying for 3 days. And I was fucking right. But I'm a little concerned about this euro. I'm concerned about this thing going back over the Atlantic and maybe affecting the Carolinas, because it's trending. The euro is going over Central Florida. Look at that. It's trying to get back to the Atlantic. Now that's a glitch. It doesn't go from there to there. There's a glitch. But right here, this is close to getting back over the Atlantic. Now, will it go north, make a turn? Don't know. Because there's a glitch. That's crazy too. I'm going to be live tomorrow as soon as I wake up, because I want to see what's going on. So by 11, 12 the latest, I'm going to come back on Eastern. And definitely tomorrow night. 8, 9 Eastern. Definite. I'm going to be monitoring this a lot. And it is almost 3, so let's just look at the last, before I go to bed, let's look at the last satellite imagery. Then I'm going to bed, because I got to get rest. I've been doing this for hours. Okay, let's see. Wow, did it wobble to the left? To the west. Look at that wobble. Wow. That is amazing. But the storm is intensifying. Thus, the wobble, it's intensifying. Because if we zoom out, you can see how it's just intensifying. Though dry air and shear is affecting the left side, the west side, there's definitely shear and dry air on the west side. It's hindering, but as it moves over Cuba into the Gulf area, the Caribbean up there, it's going to definitely intensify more. But right now, there's some dry air trying to get into it right there, and shear. But it definitely wobbled to the west. But look at it. The storm is expanding. It's getting larger. And the eye is trying to get organized now. I would not be surprised tomorrow in the morning when it passes over Cuba, say here, that's when the eye really gets its act together. Right about here. X. Right in here. Definite. Right around here is where the eye is going to get its act together. Yeah, it's wobbling big time. So we just got to keep an eye on this tomorrow. But the trends is even more east now. But that wobble to the west. It put it right back. That's amazing. Look at this. And then it wobbles right back to the track. Look at that. That's unbelievable. It wobbled right back on track. It almost looks like something controlled it to get back on track. That is bizarro with the wobble. That shows you. That's why I put the graph up. Because now you can see how it wobbled right back on track. Now, the question is, when it goes over Cuba and it continues to wobble, which way does it wobble and favor more? To the right or to the left? To the east or to the west? That's the question. So tomorrow morning, when I wake up, first thing I'm going to do is look at this and see where it ended up. So right now, the middle track is near Puerto Esperanza. Let's see where the eye ends up after it crosses Cuba. Does it stay in the center line? Because this graph will still be available. Does it stay there? Where does the eye end up? Because this one has it going right in here now as a cat 2. And then it has it going up here. The thing is, if it takes that Euro track and it cuts like this, it's going to end up over the Atlantic again and maybe affect South Carolina or even Georgia. We don't know. But that's part of the cone. That is wild. That is really wild. And the high pressure that they had on the map is gone. So I don't know how they're going to update this by tomorrow. Anyway, for those down there, be well, be safe, be blessed. Take necessary measures, safety precautions. Get out of Dodge if you're in those storm surge areas like Zone A. Get out. You don't want to be there during the storm surge when the storm is moving so slow. And heavy rain that's not moving. This storm is going to possibly be over one area for 24 hours. That's how slow it's going to be when it gets here. And it's still a Cat 2 they're predicting. And I think this will be upgraded tomorrow. Because I don't think this is going to be the same. But it's interesting how they have the track going in more. Anyway, good night to everybody. Yeah, I got to go to bed too, Jay. Yep, fantasy. Yeah, I saw that they had to roll it back. So everybody have a great night. Be well, be blessed. And I'll see everybody tomorrow.